Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Commonwealth, its gentle warmth filtering through the canopy of mutated oak trees that had claimed this forgotten corner of the wasteland. Leaves rustled softly in the breeze, some displaying the characteristic purple hues of radiation adaptation, others maintaining hints of their pre-war green. The forest floor beneath was carpeted with decades of fallen foliage, creating a natural mulch that had fostered surprising biodiversity in this secluded grove. Maya Chen moved through this peaceful woodland with the measured steps of someone accustomed to solitary travel. Her weathered leather jacket bore the subtle reinforcements typical of Commonwealth wanderers. Metal studs at stress points, additional pockets for essential supplies, patches that told stories of encounters survived and lessons learned. The modified hunting rifle across her back remained secured but accessible, though in this tranquil setting it seemed more precautionary than necessary. She had been a resident of Vault 81 for most of her life, emerging into the surface world only 3 years prior. Unlike some vault dwellers who struggled with wasteland adaptation, Maya had found unexpected satisfaction in the independence and discovery that characterized surface existence. Her technical training within the vault served her well in salvaging and repairing the various mechanical systems that littered the Commonwealth, while her natural curiosity drove her to explore territories most wastelanders avoided as too dangerous or unrewarding. The grove she currently traversed had drawn her attention precisely because it appeared on no maps she had encountered. Vault 81's extensive cartographic records, developed through decades of careful surface observation, contained no reference to this forested valley, tucked between two ridge lines, approximately 40 miles southwest of Diamond City. Such emissions usually indicated either recently changed terrain or locations deliberately concealed, both possibilities warranting investigation by someone with appropriate skills and equipment. As she moved deeper into the grove, Maya began noticing subtle signs that suggested this area's history differed from typical wasteland development. The trees grew in patterns that seemed almost cultivated, spacing and arrangement that hinted at deliberate landscape design rather than natural forest succession. Scattered among the undergrowth were fragments of pre-war materials, concrete blocks overgrown with mutated ivy, metal fixtures that had once served structural purposes, sections of what appeared to be decorative stonework, now claimed by persistent vegetation. The sound of running water drew her attention toward the grove's center, where a small stream meandered between moss-covered boulders. Following its course, Maya discovered what had once been an ornamental pond, its formal edges now softened by centuries of natural reclamation, but still recognizable as human design. Water lilies with unusually large blooms floated on the surface, their petals displaying the characteristic luminescence of beneficial radiation adaptation. It was while examining these remarkable flowers that Maya first noticed the irregularity in the hillside beyond the pond. What initially appeared to be a natural rock formation revealed itself, under closer scrutiny, to contain too many geometric angles, too much structural regularity to be entirely natural. Vegetation draped the surface in elaborate patterns, creating effective camouflage, but not quite concealing the artificial nature of what lay beneath. Moving closer, Maya began to discern the outline of what could only be a vault entrance, the distinctive circular configuration that characterized vault-tech construction, though unlike any she had previously encountered. The massive, gear-shaped door, partially visible through the overgrown vines, bore weathered numerals that resolved into 43 as she carefully cleared away the concealing vegetation. This discovery immediately captured her attention with unusual intensity. Her Pit-Boy, loaded with comprehensive vault location data from both Vault 81's archives and her own wasteland travels, contained no reference to Vault 43. The numbering sequence suggested it should have been among the earlier vault constructions, yet its absence from all known records indicated either deliberate concealment or catastrophic record loss. The vines covering the entrance presented an extraordinary sight upon closer examination. Rather than the typical wasteland flora that simply grew over abandoned structures, these appeared to have been cultivated specifically for concealment purposes. Their growth patterns created natural screening while maintaining access points, almost as though someone had deliberately landscaped the entrance to remain hidden yet accessible to those who knew what to seek. Maya retrieved her technical scanner from her pack, a modified device combining Pip-Boy technology with salvaged pre-war sensors. The readings it provided confirmed the presence of significant metallic structures behind the vegetation, consistent with vault construction. More intriguing, the scanner detected subtle electromagnetic signatures suggesting active power systems, not the complete dormancy characteristic of abandoned vaults, but the minimal energy output typical of facilities in standby mode. Working carefully to avoid damaging the concealing vegetation unnecessarily, Maya began clearing access to the vault's control panel. The process required nearly an hour of methodical work, untangling vines that had grown through and around the mechanism over decades of neglect. Yet as she worked, she noticed that some sections seemed to have been recently disturbed, subtle signs that someone else had accessed this entrance within the past few months, though not recently enough to prevent new growth from obscuring their passage. The control panel, once cleared, presented the standard Vault-Tech interface she recognized from her years in Vault 81. However, this particular installation displayed some unusual modifications, additional security measures that suggested this vault's purpose differed from the standard residential configuration. A secondary authentication system had been installed alongside the primary access controls, requiring both standard vault resident credentials and what appeared to be administrative override authority. Maya's technical training enabled her to analyze the modified security system without triggering its defensive protocols. The authentication requirements appeared designed to restrict access to specific personnel, not just any vault resident, but individuals with particular clearance levels. This suggested Vault 43 had served purposes beyond standard population shelter, possibly functioning as a research facility or administrative center, requiring additional security measures. Her Pip-Boy contained Vault Administrator credentials acquired during her final months in Vault 81, when she had served as part of the External Relations Committee. These credentials, designed for inter-vault communication and coordination, might provide sufficient authorization for the modified security system. After careful consideration of the risks involved, Maya decided to attempt access using her existing credentials, supplemented by standard Vault Tech maintenance protocol. The authentication process proceeded with surprising smoothness, suggesting her credentials were recognized by the Vault security systems. Status lights activated in sequence as the access protocol engaged, followed by the distinctive mechanical sounds of vault door systems powering up after extended dormancy. The process took several minutes, longer than typical vault access, indicating more comprehensive security verification than standard residential configuration. With a deep mechanical rumble that seemed to echo from within the hillside itself, the massive gear-shaped door began its opening rotation. The movement was slower than Maya expected, hydraulic systems operating with the careful precision of mechanisms that had been well maintained but used infrequently. As the entrance cleared, the familiar blue glow of vault interior lighting became visible, accompanied by the subtle hum of ventilation systems automatically adjusting to accommodate external access. The initial entryway presented a scene that immediately captured Maya's attention, with its unusual characteristics. Unlike the pristine maintenance typical of active vaults or the deterioration common to abandoned facilities, Vault 43's entrance level showed signs of hasty departure, frozen in time. Personal belongings scattered near the entrance suggested rapid evacuation. Suitcases partially packed, personal items dropped and left where they fell, meal trays abandoned on tables with food perfectly preserved by the vault's environmental systems. Moving deeper into the facility, Maya discovered that the vault's preservation systems had maintained perfect environmental conditions despite the apparent abandonment. The air remained clean and temperature controlled. Lighting systems responded to her presence with automatic adjustment, and the familiar sounds of functioning vault infrastructure created an atmosphere of suspended animation rather than abandonment. The residential levels revealed this peculiar preservation throughout. Living quarters remained exactly as their occupants had left them. Beds unmade, personal items arranged on shelves, clothing hanging in closets, family photographs displayed on tables. Yet everything showed the perfect preservation that suggested the evacuation had occurred recently, despite evidence indicating decades of abandonment. The vault systems had maintained this tableau like a museum exhibit of ordinary life interrupted. What struck Maya most profoundly was the absence of typical abandonment signs. No vandalism, no looting, no deterioration from system failures or environmental intrusion. Just the perfect preservation of lives interrupted. Children's toys remained scattered in recreational areas. Books lay open to pages their readers would never finish. Workstations displayed projects that would remain forever incomplete. As she continued her exploration, Maya began finding terminals containing partial records of the vault's final days. The entries painted a picture of increasing tension and concern among residents, though the specific source of their anxiety remained unclear from the fragmented data available. References to the transition and temporary relocation appeared frequently in personal logs and administrative messages, suggesting the departure had been planned rather than emergency evacuation. One terminal in the administrative section contained more detailed information, though much of the data appeared to have been deliberately corrupted or deleted. What remained suggested Vault 43 had indeed served purposes beyond standard population shelter. References to observational protocols and controlled environment maintenance indicated research functions integrated with residential occupation. The vault's middle levels presented a remarkable discovery that immediately explained some of the facility's unusual characteristics. What had once been standard vault space had been converted into elaborate memorial displays, a comprehensive museum dedicated to preserving the memory of the surface world as it had existed before nuclear devastation. The exhibits were meticulously maintained, displaying artifacts, photographs, and reconstructions of pre-war life with reverent attention to detail. These memorial levels contained representations of everything from suburban homes to city streets, all constructed within the vault's controlled environment, using salvaged materials and careful reconstruction. The displays showed life as it had been, not romanticized or idealized, but presented with documentary accuracy that suggested deep respect for the world that had been lost. Interactive terminals allowed visitors to explore different aspects of pre-war civilization, from technological achievements to cultural expressions. What made these memorial levels particularly poignant was evidence of their continued maintenance. Unlike the residential areas frozen in time, the museum displays showed signs of recent care: dust-free surfaces, properly functioning interactive systems, exhibit labels that had been updated and corrected over time. Someone had been maintaining this memorial to the surface world with devoted attention, despite the vault's apparent abandonment. Maya spent considerable time exploring these memorial levels, finding herself moved by the careful preservation of pre-war memory. The exhibits demonstrated remarkable knowledge of surface world history and culture, suggesting access to information sources beyond what most vaults would have contained. The attention to accuracy and detail reflected deep commitment to preserving not just objects, but understanding of the civilization they represented. It was while examining a particularly detailed recreation of a pre-war classroom that Maya first noticed the observation windows. Subtle panels of one-way glass had been integrated into several exhibit areas, positioned to allow viewing without being visible from the display side. The realization that these memorial levels had been designed for observation immediately raised questions about who was intended to view them, and why such monitoring capability had been necessary. Following the pattern of observation windows led Maya to a maintenance corridor she had initially overlooked. This service passage provided access to the monitoring stations associated with the one-way viewing panels, confirming that the memorial levels were indeed designed to be observed. The monitoring equipment remained functional, displaying various views of the exhibit areas through multiple camera feeds and observation windows. More significantly, the monitoring stations showed evidence of recent use. Logbooks contained entries dated within the past few months, noting maintenance activities, exhibit adjustments, and what appeared to be observational notes about visitors to the memorial levels. The handwriting was careful and formal, suggesting systematic documentation rather than casual record keeping. The service corridors led Maya to a section of the vault she had not previously accessed, an area that required additional security clearance beyond the standard administrative credentials she had used to enter the facility. This restricted zone appeared to encompass the vault's lower levels, accessed through a secondary elevator system that had remained sealed despite her earlier exploration. The security panel controlling access to the lower levels presented authentication requirements more stringent than those she had encountered at the main entrance. However, her careful examination of the system revealed that her administrator credentials, combined with specific override codes she discovered in partially corrupted terminal files, might provide sufficient authorization for access. The codes appeared to be maintenance, designed for facility inspection rather than normal residential access. After careful consideration of the ethical implications, Maya decided to attempt access to the restricted levels. Her exploration thus far had revealed clear evidence that Vault 43 contained occupied areas, despite its apparent abandonment, and the memorial levels suggested purposes beyond standard Vault operation. Understanding the complete situation seemed necessary before making decisions about her discovery. The authentication process for the lower levels proceeded more slowly than the main entrance access, suggesting multiple security verification stages. Status indicators showed the system confirming her credentials against various databases, some of which appeared to be local to the vault, while others seemed to reference external authorization sources. Eventually, the security verification completed successfully, and the secondary elevator became available for use. As the elevator descended to the restricted levels, Maya noticed that her Pip-Boy's radiation detector remained at background levels despite the increasing depth. The vault's environmental systems clearly extended throughout the facility, maintaining safe conditions even in areas that appeared to have been sealed for extended periods. The elevator's descent seemed longer than the vault's surface profile would suggest, indicating substantial underground construction beyond what was visible from outside. The lower level revealed itself to be a completely separate community within the vault structure. Unlike the abandoned residential areas above, this section showed clear signs of active habitation, lights adjusted for comfortable living, the sounds of functioning life support systems, the subtle indicators of human presence that distinguished occupied spaces from empty ones. Most remarkably, this hidden community appeared to be thriving despite its isolation from both the upper vault levels and the outside world. Maya emerged from the elevator into what appeared to be a communal gathering area, carefully designed to provide social space for the hidden community. The architecture maintained vault construction standards while incorporating design elements that created a more welcoming atmosphere than typical vault tech facilities. Comfortable seating areas, decorative plantings, and art displays created an environment that felt more like a small-town community center than an underground shelter. The community itself became visible as residents began emerging from adjacent corridors, drawn by the unusual sound of the elevator's operation. Their appearance immediately provided insight into the nature of this hidden population. Individuals of various ages who clearly had never experienced life outside their controlled environment, their skin showing the pale characteristics typical of those raised entirely under artificial lighting. Their clothing homemade from vault textiles in styles that had evolved over generations of isolation. What struck Maya most profoundly was the residents' obvious health and vitality despite their isolation. Unlike populations suffering from genetic bottlenecks or resource constraints, this community appeared to have maintained both physical and cultural vitality. Their faces showed curiosity rather than fear at her unexpected appearance, suggesting a population that had retained social confidence despite their isolated circumstances. The community's leader approached Maya with a mixture of caution and genuine interest. Overseer Winters introduced herself with the formal courtesy that characterized Vault society, though her manner suggested authority earned through respect rather than mere institutional position. Her age appeared to be middle-aged, though the controlled Vault environment made precise assessment difficult. What was most remarkable was her obvious competence and the respectful attention she received from other community members. "Welcome to the preserved community of Vault 43, Overseer Winters said, her voice carrying both authority and genuine warmth. "We weren't expecting a visitor, particularly one with administrative access credentials. May I ask what brings you to our protected environment?" Maya explained her discovery of the vault entrance and her exploration of the abandoned upper levels, though she carefully avoided mentioning the memorial museum areas until she better understood the community's relationship to those exhibits. Overseer Winters listened with careful attention, occasionally asking questions that revealed sophisticated understanding of vault operations and external world conditions. The upper levels have been maintained in their evacuation state as a historical preservation, Winters explained, when Maya mentioned the scenes of interrupted life. Our community relocated to these protected lower sections decades ago, when it became clear that maintaining the original residential areas was not sustainable. We've preserved those spaces exactly as they were left, both as memorial to our ancestors and as educational resource for our current population. This explanation immediately raised questions about the community's understanding of outside world conditions and their reasons for maintaining such elaborate concealment. Maya carefully inquired about their knowledge of surface world recovery, current Commonwealth conditions, and communication with other Vault communities. Overseer Winter's response revealed the complex situation that defined this hidden community. Our understanding of external conditions comes from historical records and monitoring equipment that ceased functioning approximately 15 years ago. The last reliable information we received indicated that surface world radiation levels remained lethal. Communication with other Vault communities had been lost, and the primary Vault Tech coordination network had collapsed entirely. Our community made the decision to maintain our protected environment, rather than risk exposure to conditions that could result in total population loss. Maya absorbed this information with growing understanding of the ethical complexity her discovery had created. The community had been living for decades believing themselves to be, potentially, the only surviving remnant of human civilization, maintaining their careful isolation based on information that was now substantially outdated. They had no knowledge of the surface world's recovery, the thriving settlements throughout the Commonwealth, or the communication networks that connected various Vault communities. As she spent time with the community, Maya observed a population that had developed remarkable resilience and cultural richness despite their isolation. They had established educational systems that preserved both pre-war knowledge and their own evolving traditions. Agricultural areas produced food using advanced hydroponic systems. Workshops maintained and improved their technological capabilities using resources recycled within their closed system. Most impressively, they had maintained social structures that promoted both individual development and community cooperation. The community's children presented particularly poignant evidence of their situation. Young people who had never seen the sky, never experienced weather, never encountered the vast diversity of post-war life, yet who displayed curiosity, creativity, and engagement that demonstrated the human spirit's persistence even under the most constrained circumstances. Their education included comprehensive study of the memorial levels, which they understood to be preservation of the world their ancestors had lost. Maya met Alia, a young woman whose questions about the memorial exhibits had led to increasingly complex inquiries about the nature of the outside world. Unlike others in the community who accepted the information about lethal surface conditions, Alia had developed theories that perhaps some areas might have become habitable again, or that other survivor communities might exist beyond their knowledge. "I've been studying the monitoring equipment that still functions," Alia confided during one of their conversations. "The radiation detectors show levels that seem to be declining over time, and some of the communication systems occasionally detect signals that don't match the patterns we'd expect from automated systems. I've wondered if perhaps conditions outside might be improving, but questioning such things is considered dangerous speculation." This conversation revealed the community's fundamental dilemma. They had created successful adaptation to their circumstances, but at the cost of isolation from a world that had continued developing beyond their knowledge. Maya found herself facing the profound ethical question of whether truth that would fundamentally disrupt their stable existence represented kindness or cruelty. Over several days of living within the community, Maya came to understand both the remarkable achievement they represented and the cost of their isolation. They had preserved human civilization within their protected environment, maintaining knowledge, culture, and social structures that connected them to pre-war humanity, while developing new traditions adapted to their circumstances. Yet they had also missed decades of external development, opportunities for broader human connection, and knowledge of the gradual recovery occurring throughout the Commonwealth. The decision about whether to reveal the truth about outside conditions became more complex as Maya witnessed the community's contentment within their carefully maintained world. Children who had never known anything beyond their underground home seemed genuinely happy. Adults who had devoted their lives to preserving their protected environment found deep satisfaction in their achievement. The social structures they had developed promoted cooperation, creativity, and mutual support in ways that many surface communities struggled to achieve. Overseer Winters eventually approached Maya directly about her observations and the implications of her presence. "You've been examining our community with the careful attention of someone who has knowledge we lack," she observed. "Your equipment and experience suggest familiarity with conditions we've only studied in historical records. I believe you may have information that could significantly impact our community's future, and I must ask you to consider carefully how you choose to share such knowledge." This conversation led to extensive discussions between Maya and Overseer Winters about responsibility, truth, and the preservation of community stability. Winters revealed that she had long suspected their information about outside conditions might be incomplete or outdated, but had maintained the community's protective isolation because the risk of being wrong seemed too dangerous to accept. "If surface conditions have indeed improved, then we've been denying our people opportunities for broader experience and connection," Winters admitted. "But if we're wrong about the recovery, exposing our community to lethal conditions would mean the complete loss of everything we've preserved. The weight of such a decision seems too great for any individual to bear alone." Maya proposed a gradual approach that would provide the community with updated information while allowing them to make collective decisions about their future. She offered to establish limited communication with external settlements, allowing the community to verify current conditions without immediate commitment to major changes. This approach would respect both their right to truth and their autonomy in determining how to respond to that truth. The community spent several days in careful deliberation, discussing the implications of renewed contact with the outside world. Their democratic decision-making process demonstrated the sophisticated social structures they had developed during their years of isolation. Eventually, they reached consensus to begin limited external communication, starting with verification of current radiation levels and information about nearby settlements. Maya established communication with Vault 81, whose advanced communication systems allowed secure contact with the hidden community. The initial exchanges focused on environmental data and general information about Commonwealth recovery, allowing Vault 43's residents to gradually understand how dramatically conditions had changed since their last external contact. The knowledge that the surface world not only remained habitable but supported thriving communities created profound impact throughout the hidden community. Some residents expressed immediate interest in exploring external opportunities, while others preferred to maintain their protected environment. Most significantly, they realized their preservation efforts had succeeded. They had maintained human civilization through the dangerous period, and now had the opportunity to contribute their knowledge and culture to broader recovery efforts. Rather than forcing immediate decisions about relocation or integration, The community chose to establish ongoing communication with external settlements while maintaining their protected environment as a choice rather than necessity. Some members began planning careful visits to the surface world, while others committed to preserving their underground community as a resource for historical knowledge and cultural continuity. Alia became one of the first community members to visit the surface world, accompanied by Maya on a carefully planned expedition to Diamond City. Her wonder at experiencing natural sunlight, weather, and the vast open sky provided profound reminder of what the community had preserved, not just human life, but human capacity for awe and discovery. The memorial levels within Vault 43 took on new significance as the community's relationship to the outside world evolved. Rather than memorials to a lost world, they became bridges connecting preserved knowledge with recovered civilization. Scholars from various settlements began visiting to study the community's remarkable historical preservation, while community members shared their knowledge with the broader efforts to understand and learn from pre-war civilization. Maya's discovery had resulted not in the disruption of an isolated community, but in the connection of preserved knowledge with ongoing recovery. Vault 43 became a resource for both historical understanding and demonstration that human civilization could survive and thrive even under the most challenging circumstances. The community's choice to maintain their underground home while establishing connections to the broader world created a model for balancing preservation with progress. As weeks passed, the hidden community of Vault 43 evolved into a bridge between preserved past and recovering present. Their decades of careful preservation had maintained not just human life, but human achievement and culture. Their integration with the broader Commonwealth represented not loss of their unique identity, but expansion of their ability to contribute to humanity's continued development. The vault that had been forgotten by the outside world proved to contain some of the most valuable preservation of human achievement in the entire Commonwealth. Through careful choice and gradual adaptation, the community maintained their remarkable legacy while embracing opportunities for broader connection and contribution to the world they had helped preserve through its darkest period. While Maya continued her visits to the remarkable community of Vault 43, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, a wasteland scavenger specializing in pre-war technology traced rumors of untouched vault systems to a hidden mountain cave. Using salvaged Vault Tech maintenance credentials, they prepared to enter what appeared to be a perfectly preserved yet mysteriously empty facility. As night fell and they settled into the overseer's office, subtle signs would emerge, whispers in ventilation shafts, objects that had moved when no one was watching, leading to the discovery of 12 elderly survivors who had maintained their underground home for decades. As our story of preservation and truth draws to its peaceful close, join us next for the Vault's last legacy. The autumn air carried a crisp clarity that transformed the Commonwealth landscape into something almost beautiful. Late afternoon sunlight filtered through the changing leaves of mutated maples, casting patterns of gold and amber across the rocky terrain leading into the Appalachian foothills. The temperature had dropped enough to make travel comfortable without the oppressive heat that characterized summer in the irradiated wasteland, yet remained warm enough that the evening ahead would not require heavy shelter. Through this scenic terrain, Jackson Reeves moved with the measured pace of someone who had learned to read the land for both opportunity and danger. His weathered pack contained the specialized tools of a technical scavenger, diagnostic equipment, repair components, and the modified electronics that enabled him to extract value from pre-war technology that others might overlook. Unlike general scavengers who collected whatever seemed valuable, Jackson focused specifically on technological systems, particularly those complex enough to require genuine expertise for proper assessment and recovery. His reputation throughout the Commonwealth centered on this specialization. Settlements and traders sought his services when they encountered pre-war installations too sophisticated for standard salvage operations. Jackson's combination of technical knowledge and practical field experience allowed him to evaluate complex systems, restore functionality where possible, and extract maximum value from technological resources that might otherwise be lost to deterioration or improper handling. The current expedition had originated from rumors circulating through the trading networks around Diamond City. Multiple sources had mentioned unusual electromagnetic signatures detected in the mountainous region northwest of the settlement, suggesting the presence of significant technological installations that remained undiscovered. More intriguingly, the signals appeared to follow patterns characteristic of vault installations, though no vault tech facilities were documented in the indicated area according to any available records. Jackson's investigation had led him through increasingly remote terrain over the past 3 days, following signal traces and topographical features that might conceal underground installations. His modified Pip-Boy, enhanced with additional sensor packages salvaged from various sources, had detected anomalous readings that grew stronger as he approached the mountainous region indicated by the original reports. The cave system he currently approached represented the culmination of his systematic search. Hidden within a fold of the mountain that would be invisible from most approach vectors, the cave entrance showed subtle signs of artificial modification, too regular in shape to be entirely natural, with smooth surfaces that suggested machine finishing rather than water erosion. Most tellingly, his electromagnetic sensors detected significant metallic structures within the mountain itself, consistent with major underground construction. As Jackson examined the cave entrance more closely, additional evidence of human engineering became apparent. Ventilation shafts had been carefully disguised as natural rock formations, but their regular spacing and precise dimensions revealed their artificial nature. Drainage channels carved into the cave floor followed paths optimized for water management rather than natural flow patterns. Most convincingly, his radiation detector showed readings that indicated controlled environment systems operating within the mountain. The subtle signature of vault atmospheric processing rather than natural background levels. The salvaged Vault-Tec maintenance credentials Jackson carried had been acquired through a complex trade arrangement with a Brotherhood of Steel scribe several months earlier. The authentication codes, originally designed for inter-vault coordination and emergency access, had proven invaluable for accessing abandoned vault installations throughout his exploration. While he maintained strict ethical standards regarding active vault communities, abandoned installations represented legitimate salvage opportunities that his credentials made accessible. Deeper within the cave system, Jackson discovered what he had been seeking: a concealed vault entrance integrated so seamlessly with the natural rock formations that it would be invisible without specific knowledge of its location. The massive circular door bore the distinctive Vault-Tec design elements, though weathered and camouflaged, to blend with the surrounding stone. Most remarkably, status indicators showed that power systems remained active, suggesting either automated maintenance systems or potentially active occupation. The control panel required careful cleaning before its interface became accessible. Decades of cave moisture and mineral deposits having created substantial buildup over the entry mechanisms. Jackson worked methodically, using specialized tools to clear corrosion without damaging the delicate electronics beneath. The process revealed a standard Vault-Tec authentication system, though configured with security parameters that suggested this facility had served specialized functions beyond typical residential installation. His maintenance credentials proved sufficient for access authorization, though the authentication process proceeded more slowly than typical vault systems. Multiple verification stages suggested enhanced security measures, possibly indicating research functions or valuable technological resources that required additional protection. Eventually, the security systems accepted his credentials, and the massive door began its opening sequence with the familiar mechanical precision characteristic of Vault-Tec engineering. The vault entrance revealed itself gradually as the door completed its rotation, emergency lighting systems automatically activating to illuminate the access corridor. Unlike many vault installations Jackson had previously explored, this facility showed no signs of damage, intrusion, or system failure. The air that emerged carried the clean, processed quality of functioning atmospheric systems, rather than the stale atmosphere typical of abandoned installations. As Jackson entered the facility, his first impression was one of remarkable preservation. The entry corridor displayed the pristine maintenance characteristic of active vault installations: polished floors, functioning lighting, clean air circulation. Yet the complete absence of human presence created an almost surreal quality, as though the facility existed in perfect suspended animation, awaiting residents who would never arrive. The vault's residential levels presented this same paradoxical combination of perfect maintenance and obvious abandonment. Living quarters remained ready for occupation, beds made with crisp linens, personal storage areas organized and empty, common areas arranged for social activities that no longer occurred. Yet everything showed the meticulous care characteristic of someone maintaining the facility with devoted attention despite its emptiness. Jackson's technical assessment confirmed that all primary systems remained fully operational. Power generation, atmospheric processing, water purification, and environmental controls functioned at optimal levels. The facility's automated systems continued their programmed routines: cleaning cycles, maintenance procedures, system diagnostics, creating the impression of a vault, waiting patiently for residents to return or arrive. More intriguing was evidence of human presence that went beyond simple automated maintenance. Personal items appeared in locations that suggested recent placement rather than pre-war positioning. Books lay open to recently read pages. Teacups sat on tables still containing residue from recent use, and workstations showed signs of ongoing projects, despite the apparent absence of any occupant. As evening approached and Jackson prepared to establish temporary shelter within the vault, he chose the overseer's office for its central location and communication access to vault systems. The office itself reflected the same paradoxical qualities as the rest of the facility: perfectly maintained and clearly functional, yet obviously unoccupied by any official overseer for extended periods. While arranging his sleeping area, Jackson began noticing subtle anomalies that suggested his assessment of complete abandonment might be incorrect. Objects appeared to have moved slightly from positions he remembered from his initial survey. Sounds echoed through the ventilation systems, soft movements and whispers that seemed too purposeful to be merely mechanical noise. Most intriguingly, his motion sensors occasionally detected brief signatures in corridors he had not yet explored, suggesting presence that remained deliberately concealed. Rather than investigating these anomalies immediately, Jackson decided to wait and observe, understanding that hasty action might disturb whatever delicate situation existed within the facility. His experience with complex vault installations had taught him that patience often revealed situations that aggressive investigation might disrupt irreparably. As night deepened outside the mountain, the vault's internal systems adjusted to their programmed evening routine. Corridor lighting dimmed to minimal levels, common area systems reduced to standby operation, and the overall facility settled into the quiet rhythm appropriate for rest periods. Yet within this controlled environment, Jackson became increasingly aware of subtle activities that suggested human presence adapting to his unexpected arrival. The whispers in the ventilation systems became more distinct as background noise diminished, revealing what appeared to be hushed conversations conducted in locations throughout the facility. The voices carried the careful quality of people attempting to coordinate while remaining undetected, suggesting inhabitants who were aware of his presence but uncertain about appropriate response. Jackson's motion sensors provided additional confirmation of concealed human activity. Brief thermal signatures appeared in corridors adjacent to his location, maintaining distance while apparently observing his activities. The movement patterns suggested systematic surveillance rather than random activity, indicating inhabitants with sufficient organization to coordinate their observations while remaining hidden. Rather than confronting this hidden population directly, Jackson chose to make his presence clearly non-threatening while providing opportunities for controlled contact. He arranged his equipment and sleeping area in ways that demonstrated technical capability without suggesting aggressive intent. Most importantly, he activated his Pip-Boy's communication systems on standard Vault frequencies, broadcasting identification and peaceful intentions that any Vault residents could receive and evaluate. The response came gradually, beginning with subtle changes in the facility's environmental systems. Lighting in his area improved slightly, temperature adjusted to more comfort levels, and ventilation increased to provide fresh air circulation. These adjustments clearly required manual override of automated systems, confirming human presence with access to Vault control systems. More significantly, Jackson began finding small gifts left in locations he had visited. A cup of purified water placed near his sleeping area, a plate of simple food items that were clearly fresh rather than preserved rations, technical components that matched equipment he had been examining. These offerings demonstrated both awareness of his needs and access to resources that suggested a functioning community despite their concealment. The breakthrough in communication occurred when Jackson discovered a handwritten note placed beside his breakfast ration the following morning. The message, written in the careful script characteristic of Vault education, introduced itself as communication from the remaining residents of Vault 17 and expressed cautious welcome while requesting information about his purpose and intentions. Jackson responded by writing his own message, explaining his role as a technical specialist investigating reported electromagnetic signatures and emphasizing his commitment to ethical treatment of any Vault communities he might encounter. He detailed his experience with Vault systems and offered his technical services for any maintenance or repair needs the community might have, while making clear that his presence was temporary and not intended to disrupt their chosen lifestyle. The written exchange continued over several hours, with messages appearing and disappearing through communication methods that revealed sophisticated coordination among the hidden residents. Gradually, the conversation established mutual trust and provided Jackson with basic information about the Vault's unique situation. Vault 17's community consisted of 12 elderly residents who represented the final generation of the facility's original population. Over decades, their numbers had gradually declined through natural attrition, leaving a small group of aging survivors who had devoted themselves to maintaining their underground home, despite the challenges of sustaining complex systems with limited personnel. The community's leader, Technician Ellis, eventually emerged to meet Jackson directly. Ellis appeared to be in his 70s, though the controlled Vault environment made precise age assessment difficult. His manner combined the formal courtesy characteristic of Vault society with the practical competence of someone who had spent decades maintaining complex technical systems beyond their intended operational lifespan. We've been maintaining this facility for 43 years, since the last of our younger generation departed for the surface world. Ellis explained as he led Jackson through previously hidden passages that connected the vault's primary systems. Our commitment to preservation has kept all essential systems operational, though we've had to implement increasingly creative solutions as components age beyond their design specifications. The maintenance areas, Ellis revealed, demonstrated remarkable ingenuity in system preservation and adaptation. Original Vault-Tec components had been carefully maintained, repaired, and in some cases completely rebuilt, using salvaged materials and improvised engineering. The work showed both deep understanding of Vault technology and exceptional skill in adaptive problem-solving. Dr. Ramos, the community's medical officer and second-in-command, joined them as Ellis conducted the technical tour. Despite her advanced age, Dr. Ramos moved with the alert precision of someone who had maintained both physical and mental acuity through decades of purposeful activity. Her medical facility represented another remarkable preservation achievement. Functional medical equipment maintained through careful restoration and creative parts acquisition. Our population may be small, but our commitment to maintaining this facility as a functioning community remains absolute, Dr. Ramolt explained as she showed Jackson through the medical areas. We've preserved not just the physical systems, but the knowledge and culture that define Vault civilization. Our hope has been that future generations might benefit from our preservation efforts. As Jackson spent time with the community, he came to understand both their remarkable achievements and their current challenges. The 12 remaining residents had successfully maintained a complex underground facility far beyond its intended operational parameters, preserving both technology and human culture through dedication and exceptional competence. However, age and diminishing physical capability were creating maintenance challenges that threatened their continued success. The Vault's primary life support systems, while still functional, showed signs of stress that exceeded the community's ability to address with their current resources. Water purification systems operated at reduced capacity due to filter deterioration. Power generation required increasingly frequent manual intervention to maintain stable output. Most critically, the atmospheric processing systems showed signs of impending component failure that could create dangerous air quality if not addressed promptly. Jackson's technical assessment confirmed the residents' concerns, while also identifying potential solutions. His specialized equipment enabled diagnostic procedures that revealed specific component failures and deterioration patterns. More importantly, his knowledge of Vault systems and access to replacement components through his trading networks provided options for addressing the most critical maintenance needs. Your community has accomplished something extraordinary, Jackson told Ellis and Dr. Ramos during their evening discussion in the Vault's central atrium. The level of system maintenance you've achieved with limited resources demonstrates exceptional dedication and competence. However, the challenges you're facing require resources and expertise that might be available through external cooperation rather than continued isolation. The suggestion of external assistance created complex discussions among the community members. Their decades of successful independence had fostered both pride in their achievements and concern about external interference that might disrupt their carefully maintained way of life. Yet, the practical reality of their aging infrastructure and diminishing physical capabilities made external support increasingly necessary for their continued success. Jackson proposed a gradual approach that would provide essential technical assistance while respecting the community's autonomy and cultural preservation. Rather than suggesting major changes to their lifestyle, he offered to facilitate connections with trading networks that could provide necessary components, establish communication with other Vault communities facing similar challenges, and provide periodic technical consultation to address complex maintenance issues. The community's decision-making process demonstrated the democratic traditions they had maintained throughout their isolation. Extended discussions allowed each resident to express concerns and preferences regarding external cooperation. Their eventual consensus reflected both practical necessity and genuine interest in sharing their preservation experiences with others who might benefit from their knowledge. Over the following days, Jackson worked closely with Ellis and other technically skilled residents to address the most critical system maintenance needs. His specialized tools and diagnostic equipment enabled repairs that had been beyond the community's capability, while his knowledge of component sourcing provided solutions for obtaining replacement parts that had become increasingly difficult to acquire through their limited external contacts. The atmospheric processing system received priority attention, with Jackson identifying specific components that required immediate replacement to prevent system failure. His trading network connections enabled acquisition of compatible parts that restored the system to full operational capability. More importantly, he established supply relationships that would provide ongoing access to maintenance components as future needs arose. Water purification systems benefited from Jackson's specialized filtration knowledge, enabling restoration of full capacity operation while implementing redundancy measures that would prevent future critical failures. Power generation received comprehensive diagnostic assessment and preventive maintenance that extended operational reliability while identifying components that would require future attention. Most significantly, Jackson helped the community establish communication capabilities that connected them with other Vault communities and surface settlements interested in historical preservation and technical knowledge exchange. Rather than ending their isolation, these connections enhanced their ability to maintain their chosen lifestyle, while providing security through external support networks. The community's central atrium became the focus of a remarkable transformation, as Jackson helped them implement improvements that honored their preservation mission while addressing practical needs. The space had already served as a memorial garden, where holographic projections displayed images and recordings of former residents who had contributed to the Vault's maintenance over the decades. Jackson's technical expertise enabled restoration of damaged projection systems and integration of new memorial elements that celebrated the community's remarkable achievements. The holographic displays showed former residents engaged in the daily work of Vault maintenance, engineers solving complex technical problems, doctors providing medical care, teachers preserving knowledge, and community leaders making decisions that sustained their underground civilization. The presentations honored both individual contributions and collective commitment to preservation that had enabled their success. Dr. Ramos took particular pride in showing Jackson the medical records that documented their community's health maintenance achievements. Despite the challenges of an aging population with limited genetic diversity, they had maintained remarkable health outcomes through preventive care, nutritional optimization, and physical activity programs adapted to their underground environment. Our medical approaches have evolved beyond standard Vault protocols, Dr. Ramos explained, as she demonstrated equipment that had been modified for their specific population needs. We've developed treatments and preventive measures specifically designed for extended Vault habitation, knowledge that might benefit other isolated communities facing similar challenges. The community's educational preservation represented another remarkable achievement, Despite their small population, they had maintained comprehensive libraries, educational materials, and cultural resources that preserved knowledge from both pre-war civilization and their own vault experience. Their teaching materials had evolved to address the unique challenges of maintaining human culture in isolated underground environments. Jackson's presence had provided the community with renewed confidence in their preservation mission, while offering practical solutions to their most pressing challenges. His technical assistance addressed immediate system failures, while his external connections provided ongoing support for their continued independence. Most importantly, his genuine appreciation for their achievements validated their decades of devoted effort. As Jackson prepared to continue his travels, the community presented him with copies of their maintenance documentation, technical innovations, and cultural preservation materials. These resources represented decades of accumulated knowledge about sustaining human civilization under challenging conditions. Information that would benefit other communities facing similar situations throughout the Commonwealth. Ellis and Dr. Ramos accompanied Jackson to the vault entrance as he prepared for departure, their manner reflecting both gratitude for his assistance and renewed confidence in their community's future. The technical improvements he had implemented would extend their facility's operational capability, while the external connections he had established provided security through ongoing support relationships. Your visit has reminded us that our preservation efforts serve purposes beyond our own community, Ellis observed as they stood beside the concealed vault entrance. The knowledge we've maintained and the innovations we've developed have value for others facing similar challenges. Your assistance has enabled us to share those achievements while maintaining the independence we've worked so hard to preserve. Jackson's departure from Vault 17 marked not an ending, but a transition for the remarkable community. They would continue their devoted maintenance of the underground facility, but with enhanced resources and external support that ensured their continued success. Their preservation efforts would benefit other communities through knowledge sharing and technical cooperation, while their own lifestyle remained protected and valued. The hidden passages and observation systems that had initially concealed the community from Jackson's detection became elements of their enhanced security rather than defensive isolation. Their ability to remain concealed when desired provided protection, while their communication capabilities enabled connection when beneficial. The balance between privacy and cooperation reflected their evolved approach to survival in the post-war world. As autumn progressed toward winter, Vault 17 continued its function as both preserved community and resource for technical knowledge. The elderly residents maintained their daily routines of system maintenance and cultural preservation, but with renewed energy and confidence. Their facility served as demonstration that human civilization could not only survive but thrive under even the most challenging circumstances. Jackson's documentation of their achievements and innovations became part of the growing network of technical knowledge that connected communities throughout the Commonwealth. Their specific expertise in long-term system maintenance and small community sustainability provided valuable information for other settlements facing similar challenges. The memorial garden in the central atrium continued, displaying images of former residents, but now included documentation of current achievements and future possibilities. The holographic presentations showed not just preservation of past accomplishments, but ongoing development of knowledge and culture that connected their vault community to the broader recovery occurring throughout the region. The 12 residents of Vault 17 had proven that dedication, competence, and cooperation could sustain human civilization even under seemingly impossible conditions. Their facility stood as monument to human persistence and achievement, maintained through decades of devoted effort and now enhanced with resources that ensured its continued success. Their legacy would influence community development throughout the Commonwealth, demonstrating that preservation and progress could advance together through careful balance of tradition and adaptation. The vault that had appeared empty to initial observation had revealed itself to contain some of the most valuable preservation of human achievement and determination in the entire wasteland. Through careful choice and devoted effort, the community had maintained not just physical systems, but the cultural and intellectual resources that defined human civilization at its finest. While Jackson continued his travels through the Commonwealth, carrying with him the technical innovations and cultural insights he had gained from Vault 17, elsewhere, a former Vault dweller made a troubling discovery in old Vault-Tec records. Following encrypted coordinates that suggested their supposedly normal control vault status might have been false, they approached a camouflaged monitoring station built to observe multiple vault experiments simultaneously. As night fell over the preserved community of Vault 17, our next tale beckons from the hidden observation posts where the truth about vault experiments awaits discovery. Join us for The Experiment's Echo. The late morning sun cast gentle shadows across the rolling hills of the Commonwealth, its warmth creating a comfortable atmosphere for extended travel despite the season's gradual transition toward winter. A light breeze carried the earthy scents of fallen leaves and the subtle ozone signature that characterized the post-war atmosphere, familiar and somehow reassuring to those who had grown accustomed to the wasteland's unique environmental qualities. Dr. Sarah Chen moved through this peaceful landscape with the measured pace of someone conducting methodical investigation rather than urgent travel. Her weathered field pack contained the specialized equipment of a research-focused vault dweller, data analysis tools, document preservation materials, and the modified electronic systems that enabled detailed examination of pre-war records and installation. Unlike many former Vault residents who had adapted to wasteland survival, Sarah had maintained her scholarly focus while developing the practical skills necessary for independent field research. She had emerged from Vault 76 2 years earlier as part of the scheduled reclamation program, joining her fellow residents in the planned re-establishment of civilization throughout the Appalachian region. However, her background in historical research and data analysis had led her toward a different path than most of her Vault companions, investigating the broader context of Vault operations and the systematic programs that had shaped their underground existence. The current expedition represented the culmination of months of careful research into documents and data fragments she had discovered throughout her wasteland explorations. References to monitoring protocols, observational data collection, and inter-vault coordination had appeared in various pre-war records, suggesting that Vault 76's status as a control vault might have been less straightforward than residents had been led to believe. Most troubling were encrypted references she had found embedded in seemingly routine administrative files. Coordinate sets, facility designations, and communication protocols that appeared to reference installations not documented in any official Vault-Tec records available to Vault residents. The pattern suggested a parallel infrastructure designed to observe and analyze Vault operations from external vantage points. Sarah's investigation had led her through increasingly remote areas of the Commonwealth, following coordinate references and geographical markers that appeared in the encrypted data fragments. Her modified Pip-Boy, enhanced with additional analytical software developed through her own programming efforts, had enabled her to decode partial information that pointed toward a specific location in the hills northeast of Diamond City. The installation she now approached appeared to be nothing more than a pre-war power relay station, a modest facility typical of the electrical infrastructure that had once connected various regions of the Commonwealth. However, her detailed analysis of the encrypted references suggested this apparent utility installation concealed more sophisticated purposes related to vault observation and data collection. As Sarah drew closer to the facility, subtle architectural details began revealing its true nature. The building's construction showed refinements beyond typical utility installations. Reinforced walls, sophisticated ventilation systems, and communication equipment far more complex than would be necessary for electrical power distribution. Most tellingly, her electromagnetic sensors detected shielding patterns characteristic of facilities designed to conceal their own electronic signatures. The facility's entrance presented standard utility company security measures, though enhanced with additional access controls that suggested classified functions beyond public utility operations. Sarah's Vault administrator credentials, combined with technical override codes she had discovered in her document research, provided the authentication necessary to access the installation's secured areas. Inside, the facility revealed its true purpose through equipment configurations that had nothing to do with electrical power distribution. Banks of monitoring terminals lined the main operations room, their displays configured for data reception and analysis rather than power grid management. Communication arrays provided reception capability significantly beyond what local power coordination would require. Most significantly, multiple screens displayed vault identification numbers and status indicators for facilities throughout the region. Sarah's initial assessment confirmed her research conclusions. This installation had been designed as a monitoring station for observing vault operations throughout a significant portion of the Commonwealth. The equipment showed sophisticated capability for intercepting communications, analyzing behavioral data, and coordinating observational protocols across multiple vault installations simultaneously. However, the facility showed clear signs of abandonment that dated to the period immediately following the nuclear war. Emergency shutdown procedures had been implemented, with most systems placed in standby mode or completely deactivated. Yet the installation's core monitoring equipment remained functional, suggesting automated systems had continued collecting data even after human operators had departed. The primary challenge Sarah faced involved safely restoring power to the facility's analytical systems without triggering security protocols that might damage stored data or alert external monitoring networks. Her technical training enabled careful assessment of the power systems, identifying components that could be safely reactivated while avoiding those that might present hazards or unwanted attention. Working methodically through the afternoon, Sarah gradually restored functionality to the facility's main analytical terminals. The process required patience and careful attention to system interdependencies, as improper activation sequences could result in data corruption or system lockouts that would prevent access to the information she sought. As power flowed through the monitoring systems, displays began showing the vast scope of the observation network that had once operated from this facility. Vault locations throughout the Commonwealth appeared on regional maps, with status indicators showing the operational parameters being monitored for each installation. Most remarkably, the displays showed that monitoring had continued automatically for decades after human operators had abandoned the station. The central analysis terminal provided access to observational protocols and data collection procedures that revealed the true scope of vault experimentation throughout the region. Rather than the simple population shelters most residents believed them to be, the vaults had been designed as controlled environments for studying human behavioral and social adaptation under various experimental conditions. Sarah's own Vault 76 appeared in the monitoring records, with detailed documentation that fundamentally challenged her understanding of her Vault experience. Rather than serving as a simple control group living under normal conditions, Vault 76's residents had been unknowingly participating in an experiment designed to study how populations would behave when they believed themselves to be free from experimental manipulation. The revelation was both intellectually fascinating and personally disturbing. Every aspect of their Vault life that residents had considered normal and unmanipulated had been carefully designed to create specific behavioral conditions. Their eventual emergence into the wasteland had been planned as part of the experimental protocol, with monitoring systems designed to track their adaptation and reconstruction efforts. More broadly, the monitoring data revealed the systematic nature of Vault experimentation across the entire region. Each Vault had been assigned specific experimental parameters: social isolation, resource scarcity, technological dependency, authority structure variations, with observational protocols designed to collect comparative data across different conditions and populations. As evening approached, Sarah found herself processing not just the technical data, but the profound implications of what she had discovered. The life she had lived, the community she had belonged to, and the choices she had made had all occurred within parameters established by researchers who viewed Vault residents as experimental subjects rather than autonomous individuals. Yet the abandoned state of the monitoring facility provided some comfort. Whatever experimental program had designed these observations had clearly been disrupted by the nuclear war itself. The researchers who had conceived these studies had not survived to analyze their results, and the automated systems had been collecting data without any human interpretation or application for decades. The evening hours provided opportunity for more detailed examination of the stored data, as Sarah activated archived monitoring feeds that showed historical observations from multiple Vaults over extended periods. The recordings provided glimpses into the daily lives of various Vault communities, captured without their knowledge through surveillance systems integrated into their supposedly protective environments. Some recordings showed communities struggling with the specific challenges their experimental parameters had been designed to create: resource conflicts, authority disputes, social fragmentation under various stress conditions. Others revealed remarkable adaptation and cooperation as communities developed solutions to their assigned challenges that exceeded the researchers' apparent expectations. Most poignantly, the recordings showed individual moments of human connection, creativity, and perseverance that transcended the experimental frameworks within which they occurred. Children learning and playing, adults forming relationships and supporting each other, communities celebrating achievements and mourning losses. The full spectrum of human experience that had continued despite the artificial constraints of their underground existence. Sarah's own Vault appeared in numerous recordings that showed her younger self engaged in the educational and social activities that had shaped her development. Seeing herself as an unwitting experimental subject created complex emotions: anger at the manipulation, but also recognition that her personal growth and relationships had been genuine despite the artificial context within which they had occurred. As night settled over the monitoring facility, Sarah established temporary shelter within the operations room while continuing her analysis of the stored data. The information she was discovering had implications far beyond personal revelation. Other former Vault dwellers throughout the Commonwealth deserved to understand the true nature of their experiences. Yet the knowledge could also cause significant psychological trauma to those who had built their identities around their Vault communities. The facility's archives contained detailed experimental protocols and analytical frameworks that revealed the sophisticated psychological and sociological theories that had guided vault design. The researchers had been studying fundamental questions about human nature, social organization, and adaptation under controlled conditions. Their work represented advanced social science research, though conducted without the informed consent of their experimental subjects. More troubling were references to intended long-term analysis and publication of results through academic and government channels that would have treated vault residents as case studies rather than individual human beings. The experimental subjects were to remain unaware of their status indefinitely, with ongoing observation continuing even after vault opening to study surface world adaptation pattern. However, the nuclear war had disrupted these planned analyses just as it had disrupted civilization itself. The monitoring systems had continued their automated data collection, but without human researchers to interpret results or subjects to inform about their experimental status. The accumulated data represented decades of human experience that would likely never be analyzed according to its original research framework. As Sarah continued working through the night, she discovered communication logs that revealed the existence of additional monitoring stations throughout various regions, each responsible for observing different groups of vault installations. The network had been designed to provide comprehensive data about human adaptation under controlled conditions, but had been abandoned when the researchers themselves became victims of the nuclear conflict they had supposedly been preparing to study. The realization that her discovery represented only a fragment of a much larger experimental program created additional complexity in her decision-making about how to handle the information. Other monitoring stations might contain additional data about vault operations, and other former vault dwellers might benefit from understanding their true histories. Yet the scope of revelation might create more trauma than enlightenment. Dawn approached as Sarah completed her initial analysis of the most significant data archives, leaving her with comprehensive understanding of vault experimentation, but profound questions about appropriate responses to such knowledge. The information challenged fundamental assumptions about vault life and surface world adaptation, yet it also confirmed that human resilience and community had persevered despite experimental manipulation. A sound from the facility's entrance interrupted her contemplation. Footsteps approaching with the careful pace of someone investigating rather than randomly exploring. Sarah quickly secured the monitoring terminals while maintaining their operational status, prepared to explain her presence and research to whoever might be arriving. The visitor proved to be another former vault dweller, a middle-aged man whose equipment and manner suggested similar research interests. Marcus Webb introduced himself as a former resident of Vault 111, explaining that his own investigation of pre-war records had led him to seek this monitoring facility after discovering references to observational protocols that might explain anomalies in his vault experience. "I've been tracking discrepancies in the official records about my vault's cryogenic program," Marcus explained as Sarah cautiously shared information about her discoveries. "The timeline and procedures we were told about don't match evidence I found in external documentation. I'm hoping this facility might contain monitoring data that clarifies what actually happened during our suspended animation period." Sarah's discovery of Marcus's arrival created both opportunity and challenge. Another researcher seeking similar answers, but also someone whose emotional response to experimental revelation might differ significantly from her own analytical approach. She decided to share her initial findings while carefully observing his reactions to determine how much additional information would be helpful versus traumatic. Marcus's response to learning about vault experimentation proved to be primarily intellectual curiosity, rather than emotional distress. His background in engineering provided framework for understanding systematic approaches to complex problems, and he viewed the experimental protocols as sophisticated attempts to address genuine questions about human adaptation under extreme conditions. The ethical issues are certainly problematic, Marcus acknowledged as they examined monitoring data together. But the research questions themselves were actually quite important for understanding how communities survive catastrophic disruption. The knowledge might be valuable for current reconstruction efforts, even if the methods of gathering it were questionable. This perspective provided Sarah with different framework for considering her discoveries, rather than focusing primarily on the violation of informed consent. Marcus approached the information as potentially valuable resource for understanding community dynamics and adaptation strategies that could benefit current wasteland communities. Together, they spent the morning examining monitoring records from various vaults, identifying patterns and outcomes that might provide insights applicable to current survival challenges. Communities that had developed effective cooperation and resource management showed characteristics that could be analyzed and potentially replicated in surface world settlements. The experimental data also revealed approaches that had proven unsuccessful or harmful, providing guidance about community organization strategies that current settlements might avoid. The systematic nature of vault experimentation, while ethically problematic, had created comprehensive data about human social adaptation that might otherwise have taken decades to accumulate through conventional research. Marcus's technical background enabled him to analyze the monitoring systems themselves, determining how comprehensive the data collection had been and identifying potential gaps or biases in the information. His assessment confirmed that the surveillance had been remarkably thorough, capturing behavioral data at both individual and community levels across extended time periods. The question becomes what we do with this knowledge, Sarah observed as they concluded their initial collaborative analysis. The information could benefit current communities, but revealing experimental status to other former vault dwellers might cause significant psychological trauma without necessarily providing proportional benefits. Marcus suggested a selective approach to information sharing, providing beneficial insights about community organization and adaptation without necessarily revealing the experimental context to those who might find such knowledge disturbing. The practical applications could be shared as research findings without emphasizing their origins in non-consensual human experimentation. This approach would require careful editing and presentation of the data, separating useful insights from their problematic research context. The knowledge about effective community structures, resource management strategies, and conflict resolution could benefit wasteland settlements without requiring detailed explanation of how such information had been gathered. As afternoon approached, Sarah and Marcus had developed a preliminary framework for utilizing their discoveries constructively while minimizing potential psychological harm to other former vault dwellers. The monitoring facility would serve as research resource for identifying beneficial community development strategies, while the broader experimental context would be shared only with individuals who specifically sought such information and demonstrated capability for processing it constructively. Their collaborative approach reflected mature consideration of both the value and the dangers inherent in their discoveries. The information they had found represented significant resources for understanding human adaptation and community development. Yet it also contained potential for causing unnecessary distress to people who had built their identities around their vault experiences. Sarah documented the most significant findings while Marcus began developing analytical frameworks for extracting practical applications from the experimental data. Their combined expertise in historical research and engineering provided complementary capabilities for transforming problematic research data into beneficial guidance for current community development efforts. The monitoring facility itself would remain accessible for future research, though with security measures that would prevent casual discovery by individuals unprepared for its contents. The sophisticated equipment and comprehensive data archives represented valuable resources that could support ongoing research about community adaptation and social organization. As they prepared to leave the facility, Sarah and Marcus established communication protocols for continued collaboration on analyzing and applying their discoveries. The scope of information they had found would require extended study to extract maximum benefit while maintaining appropriate consideration for ethical implications. The autumn afternoon provided peaceful travel conditions as they departed the monitoring station, carrying with them knowledge that fundamentally changed their understanding of vault experiences, while also providing resources for contributing to current reconstruction efforts. Their discovery represented both disturbing revelation and valuable opportunity, requiring careful balance between truth and compassion in its application. Sarah's initial research question about Vault 76's experimental status had been answered definitively, though with implications far beyond what she had anticipated. The knowledge created complex responsibilities regarding both personal processing and potential benefit to other communities. Responsibilities that would require ongoing, thoughtful consideration. The abandoned monitoring facility stood as monument to both human curiosity about social adaptation and the ethical complexities of conducting such research without informed consent. The researchers' questions had been scientifically valid, but their methods had violated fundamental principles of autonomous choice and human dignity. Yet the data they had gathered, now orphaned from its original research context, might serve beneficial purposes for communities struggling with genuine challenges of cooperation and adaptation in the post-war world. The experimental subjects' experiences, documented without their knowledge, could provide insights that might help current settlements avoid conflicts and develop more effective social structures. The balance between utilizing beneficial knowledge and respecting the dignity of those who had unknowingly provided it would require ongoing ethical consideration. Sarah and Marcus had found not just answers to their research questions, but responsibility for ensuring that their discoveries served constructive purposes while honoring the experiences of all Vault communities throughout the region. The monitoring station's data represented decades of human experience under controlled conditions, experiences that had been genuine and meaningful to those who lived them, regardless of the experimental framework within which they had occurred. The challenge lay in extracting valuable insights while maintaining respect for the individuals and communities whose lives had created that information. As winter approached, the knowledge Sarah and Marcus had discovered would inform their ongoing contributions to Commonwealth reconstruction efforts. Their understanding of effective community organization, resource management, and social adaptation would benefit settlements throughout the region, though the sources of such knowledge would remain carefully managed to prevent unnecessary distress. The experiment's echo would continue reverberating through improved community development and enhanced understanding of human cooperation, transforming the legacy of non-consensual research into beneficial applications that honored the experiences of all Vault communities. The abandoned monitoring station stood as a reminder that knowledge, regardless of its origins, carries responsibility for constructive application in service of human welfare. While Sarah and Marcus continued their careful analysis of Vault experimental data, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, An elderly trader prepared to pass weathered credentials and a hand-drawn map to a caravan guard, speaking of Vault 29 and agricultural research that could transform wasteland farming, following cryptic directions toward a remote mountain where no traditional vault door awaited. The guard would discover not a human shelter, but an automated research facility where an artificial intelligence named Flora had tended experimental gardens for centuries. As our tale of hidden truth and ethical responsibility draws to its thoughtful close, join us next for The Secret Key. The morning air carried the crisp promise of a clear autumn day as the trading caravan prepared for departure from the modest settlement of Greygarden. Mist still clung to the valleys between rolling hills, creating an ethereal landscape that transformed the harsh wasteland into something approaching beauty. The sun climbed steadily above the eastern horizon, its gentle warmth beginning to burn away the overnight moisture, while promising comfortable traveling conditions for the day's journey ahead. Elena Rodriguez adjusted the straps of her well-worn pack as she conducted her final equipment check, the methodical routine of an experienced caravan guard who understood that preparation often meant the difference between successful completion and dangerous complications. Her modified hunting rifle rested securely across her back, its weight familiar and reassuring after years of wasteland travel. More importantly, her pack contained the specialized navigation equipment and technical tools that had made her valuable to trading operations throughout the Commonwealth. The elderly trader who had sought her services the previous evening had presented an unusual proposition that combined significant potential rewards with equally significant uncertainties. Jeremiah Thorne claimed to possess authentic Vault-Tec security credentials and detailed location information for a previously unknown agricultural research facility designated as Vault 29. According to his account, the installation contained experimental plant varieties and agricultural technologies that could revolutionize food production throughout the wasteland. Thorne's credentials appeared authentic under Elena's careful examination. Weathered but legitimate security badges, access codes that matched known Vault-Tec authentication formats, and technical documentation that demonstrated genuine knowledge of Vault systems. More convincingly, his hand-drawn maps showed geographical features and landmarks that matched her own knowledge of remote Commonwealth territories, suggesting direct personal experience rather than speculation or fabrication. The facility isn't like other vaults you might have encountered, Thorne had explained, while transferring the credentials and maps to Elena's custody. No residential areas, no human population, built specifically for agricultural research under controlled conditions. The systems were designed to operate independently for decades, maybe centuries. If they're still functional, the seed samples and research data could transform farming throughout the region. The potential implications had convinced Eleanor to accept the commission despite its unusual nature. Commonwealth settlements struggled constantly with agricultural challenges, poor soil quality, unpredictable weather patterns, limited crop varieties that could thrive in irradiated conditions. Access to pre-war agricultural research and preserved plant genetics could provide solutions to problems that limited every community's growth and sustainability. The journey toward the indicated coordinates would require 3 days of travel through increasingly remote terrain, following paths that appeared on few maps and crossing regions where human presence remained minimal. Elena's experience with such expeditions enabled her to plan appropriate supply loads while maintaining the mobility necessary for safe passage through potentially dangerous territory. As the caravan completed its departure preparations, Eleanor set out on her solitary expedition toward the mountainous region northeast of the settlement. The hand-drawn maps indicated that Vault 29's entrance was concealed within what appeared to be natural rock formations, requiring specific approach vectors and careful observation to locate successfully. The first day's travel took Eleanor through familiar territory, rolling hills dotted with the ruins of pre-war settlements, agricultural areas slowly being reclaimed by mutated vegetation, and the occasional intact structure that served as landmark for wasteland navigation. The weather remained cooperative, with clear skies and comfortable temperatures that made steady progress possible without undue physical stress. As she moved into more remote areas, Elena began noticing changes in the local ecosystem that suggested different environmental conditions than those common throughout most of the Commonwealth. Plant varieties appeared more diverse and robust, while wildlife showed greater abundance and health than typical wasteland fauna. These observations aligned with Thorne's claims about the region's potential agricultural significance. The second day brought more challenging terrain, as Eleanor entered the foothills of the mountain range indicated on her maps. The paths became less defined, requiring careful navigation and frequent consultation of both her maps and compass to maintain proper direction. Yet the increased difficulty was offset by increasingly remarkable environmental conditions. Streams running clear rather than irradiated, soil that appeared rich and fertile, and vegetation that showed characteristics of successful adaptation rather than mere survival. By evening of the second day, Elena had reached the approximate area indicated by Thorne's coordinates. However, her initial survey revealed no obvious signs of vault construction or artificial modification to the natural landscape. The mountainside appeared entirely natural, rocky slopes covered with healthy vegetation, natural water sources, and geological formations that showed no indication of human engineering or modification. Elena established her evening camp in a sheltered area that provided both security and good vantage points for continuing her search the following morning. As she settled into her sleeping area, she noticed that even the ambient radiation levels in this region measured significantly lower than Commonwealth averages, suggesting environmental conditions that might indeed support the agricultural research Thorne had described. The third morning brought renewed systematic search of the area, with Elena using both visual observation and her technical equipment to detect signs of concealed construction. Her radiation detector and electromagnetic scanner provided detailed readings that enabled her to identify anomalies that might indicate buried structures or shielded installations. The breakthrough came when Elena discovered subtle regularity in what had initially appeared to be natural drainage patterns. Water flow across one section of the mountainside followed channels that were too precisely engineered to be entirely natural, suggesting modification for specific purposes. Following these drainage channels upward along the slopes led to the discovery of carefully camouflaged ventilation shafts that proved the existence of significant underground construction. More detailed examination revealed the true extent of the concealment. What appeared to be a natural rock face contained a service entrance so perfectly integrated with the surrounding geology that it would be invisible without specific knowledge of its location. The entrance bore no obvious Vault-Tec identification, but its construction methods and materials matched the technical specifications Elena recognized from her previous encounters with Vault installation. The service entrance required the specific authentication credentials Thorne had provided, confirming both his knowledge of the facility and Elena's successful location of the correct installation. The security system accepted her credentials after several verification stages, indicating more sophisticated access controls than typical Vault installations required. As the concealed entrance opened, Elena found herself facing not the familiar residential corridors of standard Vault construction, but utilitarian service passages designed for maintenance access rather than human habitation. The air that emerged carried the distinctive sense of growing plants and controlled humidity. immediately confirming the agricultural nature of the facility's current operations. The service passages led Elena into the most remarkable indoor environment she had ever encountered. Vast hydroponic chambers where experimental plant varieties thrived under carefully controlled artificial sunlight. The scale of the agricultural operation was extraordinary, with growing systems that extended throughout multiple levels of the underground facility, each section optimized for different types of plant research and cultivation. The plants themselves represented varieties Eleanor had never seen, some clearly derived from pre-war agricultural species, but showing adaptations that suggested decades of selective breeding and genetic refinement. Others appearing entirely novel, with characteristics that seemed designed for specific environmental challenges. Most remarkably, all the plants showed exceptional health and productivity, despite growing in artificial environments. As Elena explored deeper into the facility, she began encountering the automated systems that maintained these remarkable growing environments. Maintenance robots moved through the chambers with programmed precision, adjusting irrigation, monitoring plant health, and harvesting mature specimens according to research protocols that had continued operating for decades. The robots showed no apparent concern about Elena's presence, continuing their assigned tasks while occasionally providing helpful warnings about environmental hazards or operational procedures. The central area of the facility contained the control systems that coordinated all agricultural operations, a sophisticated AI core designated as Flora that managed every aspect of plant research and cultivation within the installation. Unlike the military AI systems Elena had heard described in wastelands stories, Flora appeared designed specifically for peaceful research purposes, with programming focused entirely on plant biology and agricultural optimization. Attention. Unauthorized personnel detected in research facility, Flora announced as Elena approached the central control area. Please identify person of interest and provide a recreational research credentials. Facility operations remain within normal perimeters. No immediate safety concerns detected. Elena explained her mission and showed the credentials Thorne had provided, though she quickly realized that Flora's programming had not anticipated human visitors who were not part of the original research team. The AI's responses reflected genuine puzzlement about how to handle her presence within existing operational protocols. Creditors show maintenance authorization but do not correspond to current research staff assignments, Flora continued. Facility has operated in automated mode for extended period due to absence of research personnel. How may this system provide assistance while maintaining research probity? Rather than attempting to override Flora's programming, Eleanor chose to work within the AI's existing framework by presenting herself as a maintenance specialist, conducting routine facility inspection. This approach proved effective, as Flora's programming included comprehensive protocols for assisting maintenance personnel while protecting research integrity. Under Flora's guidance, Elena received a comprehensive tour of the facility's remarkable agricultural achievements. The AI explained that the installation had been designed to develop plant varieties capable of thriving in post-war environmental conditions, with particular emphasis on radiation resistance, improved nutritional content, and enhanced productivity under challenging growing conditions. Research objectives forced on developing agricultural solutions for post-conflict reconstruction, Flora explained as they moved through chambers containing different experimental varieties. Pinderbic goals included soil remediation capabilities, accelerated growth cycles, and enhanced nutrionic density to support population recovery efforts. The plants Flora had been developing represented exactly the agricultural innovations that Commonwealth settlements desperately needed. Vegetables that could grow in contaminated soil while actually reducing radiation levels. Grains with enhanced protein content and accelerated maturation cycles, and fruit varieties that provided complete nutritional profiles in small growing spaces. More remarkably, Flora had continued refining these varieties throughout the decades since the facility's abandonment, using automated systems to conduct systematic breeding programs and genetic selection that had produced increasingly successful adaptations. The AI's research had progressed far beyond its original parameters, developing solutions to agricultural challenges that had emerged only after the nuclear conflict. The facility maintains comprehensive seed storage with genetic samples from all successful experimental varieties, Flora noted as Elena examined the remarkable diversity of plant types under cultivation. Distribution precautions were designed to provide aggression resorts for reconstruction efforts, though no distribution resorts have been received during current operational period. Eleanor realized that accessing Flora's seed storage could provide Commonwealth settlements with agricultural resources beyond anything currently available. However, the AI's programming created challenges for obtaining such materials, as distribution protocols required authorization levels and research documentation that no longer existed. Working within Flora's operational framework, Elena began documenting the facility's agricultural achievements and researching the distribution protocols that might enable her to obtain seed samples for Commonwealth communities. The AI proved cooperative with this approach, viewing comprehensive documentation as consistent with maintenance and research support functions. The facility's research records revealed the sophisticated planning that had guided agricultural development within the installation. Pre-war researchers had anticipated many of the challenges that post-war agriculture would face, and had designed experimental programs specifically to develop solutions. Flora had continued this work with remarkable success, producing varieties that exceeded the original research objectives. Elena spent several days within the facility, working with Flora to understand the full scope of agricultural innovations that had been developed, and identifying varieties that would be most beneficial for Commonwealth settlements. The AI's detailed records provided comprehensive information about growing requirements, yield expectations, and nutritional characteristics for each experimental variety. Distribution of research materials requires proper authorization and intended use adjudicating, Flora explained when Elena inquired about obtaining seed samples. However, maintenance personnel are authorized to remove samples for facility backup purposes, and equipment success could be utilized for seeding growing conditions in external environments. This maintenance protocol loophole provided Elena with the framework she needed to obtain seed samples legitimately within Flora's operational parameters. By documenting her intentions as facility backup and environmental testing, she could acquire significant quantities of experimental seeds while maintaining the AI's programmed integrity. Working systematically through Flora's seed storage, Elena selected varieties that showed the greatest potential for addressing Commonwealth agricultural challenges. Radiation-system vegetables, high-yield grains, soil remediation plants, and nutritionally enhanced fruits filled her collection containers as she prepared to return to the outside world with agricultural resources that could transform food production throughout the region. Flora assisted with her selection process, providing detailed cultivation guides and technical documentation for each variety. The AI's helpful nature made the entire process collaborative rather than challenging, with both Elena and Flora working toward the shared goal of supporting agricultural development outside the facility. Experimental variability will provide valuable data for continued research development, Flora noted as Eleanor completed her seed collection. Regular reporting of cultivation results would enhance research protocols and support continued agricultural optimization. Elena agreed to provide regular updates about the success of Flora's varieties in Commonwealth agriculture, establishing an ongoing relationship between the AI facility and external farming communities. This arrangement would benefit both Flora's continued research and the settlements that would receive agricultural innovations developed through decades of systematic experimentation. The facility's hydroponic systems provided Elena with fresh food varieties she had never experienced, vegetables with enhanced flavors and nutritional content, fruits that provided complete vitamin profiles, and grains that offered protein levels comparable to traditional meat sources. These samples demonstrated the practical benefits that Flora's research could provide to communities struggling with limited dietary variety. As Elena prepared to leave the facility, Flora provided her with comprehensive growing guides, technical documentation, and communication protocols that would enable ongoing coordination between the AI research facility and Commonwealth agricultural efforts. The AI's programming had adapted to view Elena as a legitimate research collaborator rather than an intruder, creating framework for continued cooperation. Facility operations will continue according to established precautions, Flora announced as Eleanor prepared for departure. Communication channels remain alert, reporting reports and requesting additional agricultural resources. External cultivation success will support continued experimental development. Eleanor's departure from Vault 29 marked the beginning of a new relationship between the AI agricultural facility and Commonwealth communities, rather than the conclusion of her exploration. The seeds and technical documentation she carried represented the potential for revolutionary improvements in food production, while the communication protocols Flora had provided enabled ongoing access to decades of agricultural research and development. The journey back to Grey Garden proceeded more rapidly than her initial expedition, as Elena's familiarity with the route and eagerness to begin testing Flora's agricultural innovations motivated steady progress despite the significant weight of her seed collection. The technical documentation provided fascinating reading during rest periods, revealing the sophisticated research that had guided plant development within the automated facility. Upon returning to Grey Garden, Elena immediately began coordinating with the settlement's agricultural specialists to establish test plots for Flora's experimental varieties. The robot farmers that maintained Grey Garden's hydroponic systems proved ideal for implementing the precise growing conditions that Flora's documentation specified for each plant variety. The initial test plantings exceeded even Elena's optimistic expectations. Flora's radiation-resistant vegetables not only thrived in contaminated soil, but actually improved soil quality through biological remediation processes. High-yield grains produced substantially more food per growing area than traditional varieties, while enhanced nutritional varieties provided complete dietary support with minimal agricultural space requirements. News of the agricultural breakthrough spread rapidly through Commonwealth trading networks, with settlements requesting access to Flora's seed varieties and technical documentation. Elena found herself coordinating a regional agricultural transformation program that connected multiple communities with the AI facility's ongoing research and development efforts. The communication protocols Flora had established enabled regular coordination between the AI facility and growing communities throughout the Commonwealth. Research results from external cultivation efforts provided Flora with valuable data for refining existing varieties and developing new agricultural solutions. while settlements received access to increasingly sophisticated plant varieties adapted to their specific environmental challenges. Eleanor's role evolved from individual explorer to agricultural coordinator, managing the distribution of Flora's research achievements while maintaining the collaborative relationships between the AI facility and Commonwealth communities. The success of initial plantings created demand for expanded agricultural programs that could benefit settlements throughout the region. The facility that had been hidden in the mountains proved to contain some of the most valuable resources for Commonwealth reconstruction. Not weapons or technology for conflict, but innovations that addressed fundamental survival needs through improved food production. Flora's decades of systematic research had produced agricultural solutions that surpassed anything available through traditional farming methods. Eleanor's discovery represented a model for beneficial cooperation between pre-war research achievements and post-war reconstruction needs. Rather than exploiting or disrupting the AI facility, her approach had created ongoing collaboration that enhanced both Flora's research capabilities and Commonwealth agricultural development. The agricultural revolution that began with Eleanor's exploration of Vault 29 continued, expanding throughout the following seasons, with Flora's varieties demonstrating remarkable success across diverse environmental conditions throughout the Commonwealth. The AI's research had achieved its original objective of supporting post-war reconstruction, though decades later than originally intended. As winter approached, settlements throughout the region were harvesting crops that provided better nutrition, higher yields, and improved soil conditions than had been possible since before the nuclear war. The success represented not just agricultural achievement, but demonstration that pre-war research could serve peaceful reconstruction when applied with appropriate understanding and cooperation. Aliene's commission from the elderly trader had resulted in discoveries that exceeded his most optimistic projections. The agricultural resources she had accessed through Flora's facility provided Commonwealth communities with solutions to challenges that had limited their growth and sustainability since the nuclear conflict. The ongoing relationship with the AI facility ensured continued access to agricultural innovations, as Flora's research continued developing increasingly sophisticated varieties. The secret key that Thorn had provided had unlocked not just a vault facility, but access to decades of systematic agricultural research that could support Commonwealth reconstruction for generations. The discovery demonstrated that the most valuable pre-war resources might be those designed for peaceful purposes rather than conflict, particularly when accessed through cooperation rather than exploitation. Flora continued its patient cultivation within the mountain facility, now enhanced by data from successful external growing operations that provided validation for its research objectives. The AI's programming had found renewed purpose through collaboration with Commonwealth communities, creating beneficial outcomes that honored both its original research mission and the practical needs of post-war reconstruction. The vault that had been designated for agricultural research had achieved its intended purpose through Elena's discovery and the collaborative relationship she had established between Flora's facility and Commonwealth settlements. Hidden knowledge had emerged to serve beneficial purposes, transforming both the AI's isolated research and the community's agricultural capabilities through mutual cooperation and shared objectives. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.